Well, hello. Welcome to another Exchange.net live stream. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you happen to be watching us. For me, it is Friday, August 27th, 2021. It is noon in Seattle. And in answer to the thing that I just mentioned on Twitter, just barely. App update finished just barely. Okay, anyway. Not that anybody pays attention to stuff like that. It's fine. Yeah, so what are we doing today? Well, first thing I should say is I've really enjoyed doing these Friday live streams, but the free Fridays off from work during the summer are over. So probably no more Friday live streams for a while. Definitely probably be going back to Saturday for those live streams. So thanks for hanging out with me on Fridays as opposed to Saturdays, whenever that actually happens. So yeah. So where are we today? Well, let's pop over and take a look. I want to do quick review of things I have or haven't seen yet, and then we'll hop into what I think is going to be just new feature work. All right, so let's do, these are discussions. Let's do these two. These were not yet visited. Are let bindings in F# classes supported? I noticed that this test is actually discovered and run. Didn't expect it to, since it's compiled to a private method. Apparently, XUnit is inquisitive enough to look at private members for test methods. Rely on, or should we use public members instead? Interesting. TLDR, your class must be public, but your test method can be private. So yes, somebody did point this out and say, yes, this is actually supported. I should go back and say, yep, this is definitely supported and intentional. The usage that we wanted to enable here was for people to be able to ship private test methods in publicly released code such that a test runner could be deployed to validate production code. We assume the usage here, the ability to use let is just a freebie that comes along for the ride. Smile. There you go. Personally, I'm going to mark you as the answer. All right. Flaky test. One test reflects to another test case run. Let's take an example of 400 tests in one test application. Most of the tests are written in C#, use C# baseline code. That code in turn is using C++ code due to higher performance requirements. I'm going to let that one go. At some point, we notice that test 125 fails. We investigate and find out something happened before that test, and we need to have better cleanup routines in test 123. Okay, that is more or less manageable. We perform cleanup on some dispose method. That's not a problem. However, next thing, we notice test 122 works okay, but it produces some RAM corruption, which in turn reflects test 125. It starts to manifest as a problem in test 125. In theory, running all tests in random may be one approach to solve this, but if problem persists, developer needs to be able to reproduce problematic test cases. It's possible, for example, to print out random seeds to output windows and use that seed to control test execution order on both build machine and developer machine, but randomness is maybe not so good an approach. It needs to be started slowly and then moved around all tests. Now the question is maybe following, could XUnit execution granularity be controlled on the XUnit runner level? XUnit runner could have its own some sort of smart logic. It decides on its own what test it executes, when to shut down, restart test application fully. and then somehow detect what test might reflect to what test and blah, blah, blah. Can something like this be implemented and how? Just wondering if XUnit Runner can be self-learning by itself, but keep learned data in some centralized place. There is no facility for this today. The randomness that we use is intended to be stable until code changes. We do not expose a randomness seed at this time, so that stability is hard to predict and control. So I think what I want to do is I want to open an issue for this. Let's see if one's open already. Two-phase parameterized test. When I search for the word seed, it's a seed for the RNG that can be used to deterministically rerun a repro. The proposed base library in question can produce all the data. Hook into XUnit to order in order to enable the scenario. So that may be related, but not in the way that I expected. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to open a new issue. Enable controlled randomness. Okay. XUnit.net has historically supported acquired random test execution by default. This randomness can purposefully introduce issues that may be uncovered. Interaction issues between two tests simply by ordering them differently. We should print the random seed we use for we should print or somehow make available the random seed we use for randomizing these tests. As well as enable the user to pass the random seed into subsequent runs to ensure that we get the same random order again, or easier reproduction. Okay, label-wise, that is core framework and runners. Probably runner utility, and all of the runners, because they're going to need to be able to do this. And we're going to call this a feature. All right, so 2371 should go into our list of stuff for v3. 2371. Okay. So there you go. That's core framework. Enable controlled randomness. I've opened issue number 2371 to cover this scenario. And I'm just going to go ahead and mark this as the answer, because it is the answer. Okay. So we're all gray here. That's good. Moving on. Controlled randomness. Oh yeah, I put that in my issues list. Let me go back to my issues list. Let's see. You're the only one who doesn't have a flag on you yet. Tags, flags. I don't know why I said flag. Add support for async enumerable element assertion. Be great if Action had dedicated support for asserting elements of an async enumerable. Do we not do this? I thought we had this already. We don't. Okay. Example value task equal assert enumerable expected async enumerable actual async enumerable actual equality compare expected. Yep, perfectly reasonable. We're going to call this assertion library feature. That's what we'll call this 2367. You're going in the assertion library. Okay. Good. Maybe we'll do that today. Okay. PRs. Let's see. This, I don't think I've seen this yet. Definitely haven't seen that yet. The rest of this stuff I have seen. Test results in Azure DevOps. Excludes the .NET 5.0 ref assemblies into the bin folder. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is a docs change, I assume, yeah? Ref. Yeah. Watch and merge. Thanks. Okay, print full exception details and error message. When a test fails, print full exception details. This provides a crucial stopgap for many developers needing good log messages from CI test runs. Fixes. Assembly runners on test failed does not give enough information about for aggregate exceptions. Relevant tests have been adjusted and all tests passed following this change. All right, so let's go look at the code before we decide exactly what's going on here. So error metadata gets details. Okay, details is the entire exception as a string. Test assembly cleanup failure will get details. This is, I'm assuming, everywhere that is one of these IR metadatas is now getting details. That would all make sense. So let's look at the default runner reporter logs details. This I'm not 100% sure on. I kind of want to see what the difference is here. What are the changes here? Oh, right, they all require details now. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see what this actually does. This is 2368. Those can run. I don't see anything in there that was sketchy. 2368, where is the link? Feature print full exception details. Okay. Get remote. Okay, good. Get remote, add PR 2368. That's what we said it was, right? 2368. Yep. Git fetch. PR 2368. Oh, yes, I switched everything over to SSH, didn't I? Forgot about that. For other reasons, you don't have to worry about that. That's for work reasons, not for personal reasons. All right, we need to be here. So let's do this. This is open C. I think this is open in Visual Studio already, right? So if I do an assert tests, let's go give a couple examples here. Public class foo. Public static void test1. Assert true, false. Let's see what happens in the standard case. Public static void test2. Report exception. Throw new. Divide by 0. What's your problem? It is neither one of those. Does that make you happier? Oh. Great. Let's do this instead. Let's say void divide by 0. Divide by 0 exception. Divide by 0. Okay. Throw new aggregate exception. Inner exceptions. Good. So there's one with 1. This is not a params? It is a params. What's your problem? Oh, you might be null. Yeah, whatever. You're not null. Get over yourself. Test 3. Static void. Other. Throw new invalid operation exception. Let's do 1. Other. EX1, EX2. Okay. Let's go ahead and run this. Let's do a screen capture. Window snip is fine. You just hang out over there. Thank you. Okay. Let me stash this. Let me switch to this branch. Let me pop the stash. And then let's run this again. And where's my snip? Where's my snip? I don't see what the point of this is. Is it because of the message? Because I've got all the messages up here, and we've got all the messages up here. No, I don't see what the point of this is. Also, this has a little bit less detail. So you notice that we parse this so that we get it in a format that looks more reasonable for exception parsers like in VS Code. So you can basically just double click on this and go to the right line and character. Yeah, so I think that if we're going to put details in here, I feel like, fine, put the details in there, but don't change this default printing. Because the other thing that's going to happen here, which is really what I should have done originally, was run these in release. All right, so go ahead and run this in release. Because it's going to, in my version, it filters out stack frames. Right, which I don't know if this version does or not. So let's do this. Then we'll stash, switch back, and now run this in release again and take a look at the difference. Oh, helps if you unpop the stash. It is interesting that like our stack is missing in both of these cases. Actually, it's not missing here, but it is missing here. But I wonder if that's... I wonder why that is. Well, it seems like a different problem related to running these tests in release. Like the we got optimized away. How do I disable inlining? Well, that's not the browser I wanted. That's the browser I wanted. C# disable inlining. Method impl, no inlining. Where can I put that? It's on a method, huh? Can I put it on a class? Guess we'll find out, huh? Instructors and methods. Okay. I guess I'll save this one. Put you over there for a moment. Do that again. Okay. There's one, there's the other. See if I can understand exactly. When a test run fails, an aggregate exception becomes hard to gather more information about the failure. Consider this example. Yeah, see this. This isn't really. Yeah, this isn't really a fix. This isn't really a fix for the original issue. And I don't particularly like the fact that the output, the resulting output, isn't as nicely formatted. And you've removed a valuable feature wherein we eliminate any stack frame which comes from xunit.net itself. Compare, current, compare, comparisons. Current, your PR. Okay, so currently we get this. And then the PR looks like this. There is both duplicated output So first, this isn't a solution for the original problem. You've changed things unrelated to assembly runner. from our inbox runners. The original linked issue was specifically related to the fact that assembly runner doesn't sufficiently dive into the failure details. Nothing to do with the inbox runners. In addition, I don't particularly like the fact of resulting output. So I believe this PR does not really solve the issue. It's linked. I don't think any of the code you've added actually be necessary to fix the original issue. Not to mention all your tests failed as well. Whoops. Really didn't mean to do that. Okay, why can't I comment on it now? That was dumb. That was a weird bug. Let's go ahead and comment on this. Yeah, and of course a bunch of tests failed. Yeah, this is not bueno. Okay, well, that's fine. That is the resolution we're after. Back to dev. Hard resets. Let's remove 2368. Okay. Next. That was PRs, right? Okay. Sort PRs. Yeah, this is an old one, not interested. Analyzers PRs, old, not interested. All right. Let's find something to work on. From the top. Dynamic assemblies. So at one point I had this closed and I reopened it, I think because I wasn't quite clear on exactly what is left. I don't think it's 100% done yet, but I don't know if I want to do that today. First chance exceptions, not today. DI, not today. Make collection definitions better. I feel like we did some work on this. I guess not. Then use collection with a string without a collection definition. And when you use collection definition, you have to know to create an empty class collection definition. This is a terrible design from a usability standpoint. New design TBD. We vote to move towards interfaces instead of attributes. iTest collection could be the interface with settings and a name simply being members of the interface. I'm not sure that I like that. Interfaces are more convenient than attributes because it removes the constraint that all settings must be constants. The weird empty classes that only exist, except where that doesn't solve my original problem, though, which is test collection classes have things on them. Declare that test classes belong to a collection can simply be a matter of implementing iTest collection T collection, where T collection is an iTest collection. I wouldn't provide a hard equivalent to the collection with a string attribute, provided that naming iTest collections was easy. Assuming this is interface-based design, why did the attribute-based design win over this one? Disclaimer, I'm not familiar with the internals of XUnit. Oh, apparently I answered this question. System design we consider it's interesting. The only thing that's odd about it is you can legally, from a language perspective, belong to two test collections, which is not legal in XUnit.net terms. However, inheriting from an abstract class, no, that's actually not an answer to the question I had. Can you keep a collection attribute but drop the collection definition? Using collection sort of implies a collection exists. For collection fixtures, I wouldn't mind using attributes there as well. Yeah, I don't like this design because basically it mandates that a collection is either a class fixture or a collection fixture, and you have to decide that at compile time, and then you can't use it in both places. Why not just implement 1277? There's a class marker collection definition, but no test class referencing it. Flag it as a warning. That is an opposite problem, in my opinion. Yeah, except that doesn't really solve the discoverability problem either. Yeah, I don't particularly like either of these designs. Because it mandates that you now have to go implement this iTest collection somewhere. All right, this does not feel like I have a design for this, and in these last 3 minutes, I didn't come up with one either, so that's going to wait. Assembly fixtures should be part of XUnits. I'm okay with that. I don't know if that's what I want to do today. Remember data to allow a waitable method. Well, that's interesting. What this would imply is that I should change this API, which I just did the other day, right? Member data. So I changed data attribute. It's probably in the discover, but so this is a I read-only collection. So this could become a value task of I read-only collection. Right, that's what it could become. I mean, I don't really have a problem with that. Would not be beneficial to allow usage of waitable methods in member data. So this becomes value task, but then when it comes down to member data, right? It's actually really member database. What it comes down to is the things we would support here would allow raw data as well as task as well as value task. But in order to be able to do that, I obviously have to do value task here as well, right? And then here we would basically look for, yeah, I'm okay with that. Look for it to have returned task or value task. If it does, await those things. Yeah, let's do that. All right, this is what we're doing today. Well, first thing we're doing today. I don't think this is going to take the whole time. Because you're going to use async disposable, it'd be great to use async enumerable as well. Well, that's an interesting question. Should this be async enumerable, or should this be task and value task? Or should it be both? Obviously, it's easy for me to convert async enumerable into tasks and value tasks. So we're going to do both. Value tuples as theory data. What was this? That should be part of theory data. We could add methods which take tuples rather than raw. Actually, we did this already. That's probably why this is closed. Theory data exists solely for strong typing. $17.58. So that's essentially what we did here, which is somebody would really like to be able to return tuples. Which we never really did. I'm going to reopen this. Reopening because I closed 1758 without supporting the idea of being able to consume tuple in addition to object array. So let's reopen that. 1948 is going to go here, which is a core framework. I would like to actually $1948. I don't think. Okay, yeah. So it was 1948 was never in the list. Okay, we might do that today as well. All right, so let's make a quick list of the things that need to happen here, right? So we need to update data attribute to support value task, update member attribute, member data attribute, might be in the base, to support let's see, task of enumerable of object array, task of, let's see, value task, enumerable of object array, say tuple. Tuple is a type all by itself, right? I don't remember. Yeah, so base tuple is a static class. So all of these things, like tuple of T1, is tuple of T1 a tuple? It is not. So how do I know that I have a tuple? Basically don't have a simple way to know that. Oh, this looks wrong. Did they really do this wrong? Why would this return a tuple in the 8th position? Is that really the case? Wow, I'm shocked. Shocked. Shocked, I tell you, to find gambling in this establishment. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Tuple. T rest. Okay. You're not T8, you're T rest. And you don't come back as a tuple of anything. How is your constructor empty? Oh, this is the reference assembly. I want this in system. So let's not do net standard. Open from the GAC. Let's go open system, which I guess is this one. Tuple is not in system in .NET Framework. Where would you be? Implementation-wise, you must be in a NuGet cache somewhere, right? Grep tuple. System value tuple. System value tuple. 4.5 lib. Okay. Once I'll spy net 47 tuple. Really? I guess it's not value tuple. Where do you exist? C# tuple. Yes, please. Tell me where. Also value tuple versus tuples versus system tuples. C# tuples that are backed by value tuple types are different from tuples represented by system tuple types. Value tuple types are value types, tuple are reference types. Value tuple types are mutable, tuple types are immutable. Data members of value tuple types are fields. Data members of tuple types are properties. Wow, that's a lot. So if I were making my list, so this would mean tuple. So we'd need to be I enumerable of tuple, I enumerable of value tuple, and then these for those, right? values for those. So value tuple is interesting. System SR. There's tuples in core lib, not in system. Good for us. All right, so tuple T rest. I tuple internal. Great. There's an interface that we don't have access to. So the rest has to be tuple. So then this would be 1 through 7. And ignore 8. This is I tuple internal. Yeah, you've got... That would be a way for me to determine it as a tuple, but like you can't actually get any of the values out of it, so that isn't a useful interface to me. Value tuple internal, obviously we've got value tuple. It looks like it's also a 1 through 7 scenario. So value tuple also does not necessarily have anything useful on it in terms of getting values out of the tuple. We just know that they have properties called item item 1, 2, 3, 4. What about value tuple? I assume value tuple is the same, right? Item 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. So value tuple implements value tuple internal and also I tuple. Wait a minute. I tuple. How come I didn't see that over here? I tuple foo. Because it's not in net standard. We could do it based on like this as a generic signature. Let's go see what I tuple compiler services. General purpose tuple without knowing the underlying tuple type. Use of I tuple, blah, blah, blah. So you're in net standard 2.1, but not 2.0. You've been in .NET Core since 2.0, and you've been in .NET Framework since 4.7.1. So I could go find this I tuple, knowing that it's in the place that I want it to be. .NET Standard 2.1. What does 2.1 actually give us? So it limits us to .NET Core 3.0. We don't get .NET Framework at all. Well, that's a problem, isn't it? We need to support .NET Framework 3. Doesn't support .NET Standard 2. Okay, yep. All right, never mind. That's not an option either then. So I can't bring that in that way. But I could basically get access to these two properties, knowing that the type is hanging out in system runtime compiler services. Okay, that's all good to know. That has definitely provided useful information. Especially since I don't have to do 1 through 7. So then what I'll do is IEnumerable, we'll do this as ITuple. Right? Enumerable of ITuple. And that should get everybody. Any implementation of ITuple should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Because it has LinkedIn item accessor. And you're going to return me an object, nullable object? Perfect. You're going to return me an int? Perfect. Very good. Okay. Good. Good, good, good. Oops. A little bit too far. Okay. Let's find out how many things I broke, because obviously I'm going to have broken some things. I'm going to mark you as async for the moment. I know you're going to get cranky about that. Don't care about that. All right, so inline data doesn't have a value task. You are a value task, so you don't have a factory, fine. I think that's all I need, right? To get the value task out of it. Should be. Nullability of reference types and return type doesn't match the overridden. Yeah, that's true. Where did that go? That's weird. I think I just must have knocked it out accidentally. Actually, you're wrong too. All right, if I do an override here, it's weird, right? All right, so if we do new, that's that. We do new with that. Class data as well. Okay. I just want to get things compiling right now, though. We're going to take you away. Wait, what? All right, show me my constructors. T-result, a task of T-result, an I-value task source of source. So I basically just need to cast this to a T-result. Fine. Default of this. U2. let's not return this. Let's say result is that, and we return new around the results. Okay. Cannot implicitly, blah, 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 data discoverer, blah, blah, blah. So, data discoverer, this now also needs to be value task, right? Same with iData discoverer. Value task. Well, that's weird on these remarks being formatted like this. All right, returns the data to be used. This will be called during discovery, at which point test method may or may not be backed by reflection, i.e. implementing. If the data is not available because reflection is required, then you may return null. To inform Xunit that the quantity of data is unknown at this point. When tests are run, if you return back null during discovery, then this method will be called again to retrieve the data, this time guaranteed to provide an implementation of our reflection method info. This time you must return the actual data, and returning null is not legal. Yes, I agree with all of that. The data attribute is a reflection data attribute, and test method is a reflection test method. Then we do this. And then at the end, we need a default, which I will steal from here. Well, you should be an is not. You can be an is. Okay. Back over here. Okay. Inline data discoverer did not implement this correctly. Totes true. Value task. Puts a new around the whole thing. Oh, that was a much bigger compile than I actually wanted. Just this one, please. Nullability of reference types is different. How did this get through? So weird. By the way, as long as we're here, just making sure dev and main are online. Okay. Should leave that open, but do it all. Yeah, that's good. Oh, and this feature branch can go away too. Okay. Very good. Go ahead, minimize down again, minimize down again. Up. Okay, you are already async. Is it a wait for each? Wait data. No, wait for each uses an async enumerable. So data is a value task. So the await goes there. It's all good. Theory discover, probably going to be in the same bucket, right? We need to wait. You're not async. You need to become value task. And async. Action test case discover. You're going to need a value task somewhere here. Create test cases for data row. It would be interesting to see exactly which of these things need to be. Value tasked. Probably all of them. This probably needs to be value tasked, right? How's what your problem is discover needs to be value tasked. For each can't work on things. Oh. Yeah, that breaks a bunch of stuff. But I also want to come to theory discover, and I think I want to value task all of these as well. Okay. I think these probably just all need to be awaited now, which would make sense. Okay, what's the next thing I broke? Tests. Is it all just tests? It's actually not bad. Okay. Not bad. Value task. New on the results. Actually, those can probably be like this and this. You don't know what a value task is? Okay, that's all good. Core tests. These will be tests of the actual system now. We await this and then list it. In order to do that, you need to be async. Mr. Red up here. Nullability of the reference types. My guess is that I was allowed to do that before because covariant return types. Not really allowed to do that anymore. So you get awaited, which means you get asynced. It's fine. Everybody gets asyncified today. You get an async, and you get an async, and you get an async. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. You get awaited. You get async. You get awaited. You get async. Sync and wait. So many. Seems unlikely that all these tests are going to pass. Couple theory acceptance tests. Why not, right? Huh. All right, core tests. Oh, pass. Color me amazeballs. All right, let's add everybody. Let's run the tests. Let's go take a look at what we did. So cultured facts needs to do this. Cultured theory needs to do this. Theory acceptance tests needs to be value tasked. Fact discover tests. Needed some awaits. Theory discover tests needed a bunch of value tasks. And awaits. Okay. Value tasked. Class data. Inline data. Member data. Well, that's the base. That's where get data is. Data attribute. Fact discoverer. This all looks okay. How do we do over here? Everybody builds? That's weird. The default builds packages now? I guess the default builds packages now. That's right. I did want that to happen because of the PRs. I want people to know if they're breaking the package creation process. For sure. Okay. So this is step 1. Over here, please. Step 1 for 1698. Make data discovery async via value task. Okay, GPG, wake up. Sign that commit. Okay. That's step number 1. Because these are going to be independent, let's go ahead and do this. Member data attribute base. This is probably where this has to go. Could not find public static member, property field, or method named blah on blah. Okay, so if you were null, you get back null. If you're not an IEnumerable, then we yell at you about not returning IEnumerable. Otherwise, we cast everything to an object. We select to convert it. and then cast this to a read-only collection. Wrap that up. So this is roughly where we need to be. Do we have member data tests? Not exactly. They're probably just all listed as theory tests. Theory acceptance test. Three theory acceptance tests. One of our flaky tests. This one's flaky because of sort order, which I really don't understand how that's possible. Class with optional parameters. Let's actually roll this up. Inline data, class data, missing data, data conversion, field data, method data, property data, custom data, and error aggregation. Let's go to field data. Actually, let's do class data first. Change my mind. Let's do class data first. Must implement IEnumerable of blah 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 to be used as class data for the test method named blah 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 blah. Yep. Okay. Object array data source. Let's see. Runs for each data element. Can return a theory row data. No default constructor fails. Runs for each data element. IEnumerable object array. So tests. Data source IEnumerable object array. Shouldn't have changed much in this test, right? Just that one test? Okay, good. I think I need to do this. Shorter names are better, believe it or not. I know, might not look at it. Not look like I actually hold that opinion. All right, what's next? Task of IEnumerable object array. You're going to be task of, you're going to be task of. So you're going to return a task. Sorry, you're going to be a task. Yeah, I can't really do that, can I? I guess if you're a class, the only thing you can really do is do async enumerable. Okay, that makes sense. Class data. All right, we'll move class data up here because we're working on it first. You can't do values. Can't do tasks, sorry. But what we didn't yet do is, didn't yet list, is async enumerable of object array. Async enumerable of tuple. Oh. That's a different issue though, right? If I remember correctly. Value tuples is 1948, so 1698. Let's make sure we know which ones these are. So you're 1948. You're 1698. You're 1698. And I don't know how we didn't get async enumerable of all this stuff. 1698 is async enumerable of object array. Tuples are all 1948. Which I guess means this is technically 1948 as well. 1948. So you're technically 1698. You're 1948. Which I guess means we'll put you up here with the 1698s. We'll do the 1698s first. So I'm trying to clump them all together. So async enumerable of object array is really what I'm after. Enumerable object array, async enumerable object array is what this should say. Async blah, and you're going to be async, and you need to be that. All right, so it's just an async enumerator. Can I yield return in here? I don't know why I'm typing that. Can I yield return in here? Must be async. I don't understand that. How could it be async? Then it would be with an iterator block must be async to return async enumerator object array. Okay. So then you're telling me async or await task. Consider using await. So the fix for this is to suppress that. Seems weird that I get a compiler error in this case. I wonder if they fix that in later versions. Okay. Oh, all right, theory row data. We need more stuff, right? So this is theory row data. Which I guess is technically high theory row data, but whatever. So that means 1698, we need an async enumerable of theory row data. All right, so there's the object arrays, there's the theory row data, and there's the tuples. There's the object arrays. Wait a minute. Do we want to be able to support that or that? We'll come back to that in a minute. We definitely need to do this, though, as well. But async enumerable of object array should be fine. All right, so this should fail. Should build, but fail. How is that possible? We're running the wrong test. That's why I always run. That's why you always run your tests and look for red. Red, green refactor. There you go. Collection was expected to contain single element but was empty. Yes, that's true. That is true. Okay, so we're going to do this. Class instance is async enumerable object data. Async data. So this does a select. We need a read-only collection at the end of it, right? So I suppose we could do a list. My theory data row. Async for each, right? Async for each var. Data item in async data. Where do I put the word async? Does it have to be async? I bet this has to be async, doesn't it? Of course it does. Okay. Result, add new theory data row for async data item. Okay, that should make that work, right? Just gotta fix up some names in our tests. Okay. I think that's it for that. All right. Let's take a quick look at this. Okay, looks good. We're going to mark you off. 1698. Okay, that's good. Async enumerable of iTheory row data now. You're just going to be iTheory row data. IEnumerable. iTheory row data. All right. Class under test. That was the naming pattern we used, right? Underscores. And then data source that. These names go here. Make sure that still works. Okay, good. You're all going to be async. And async, which goes here, and here, and here, and here, and here, thank you. You're going to be async. Cut it out. And async. And async. And async. And then suppress in source. I honestly don't know why it puts that comment on both sides of that. It's weird. I feel like tweeting this. Like, seriously, I feel like tweeting this right now. All right. Let's just get a new Twitter window up over here. Tweet. When I implement async enumerable of t and want to use yield return, I get error. CS 8403. Get CS, I get error CS 8403 telling me I need to add async to the method. That's fine. When I add async to the method, then it yells at me CS 1998 telling me that async methods should always await. This seems like a broken combo, like a broken compiler warning to me. I have to use async to use yield return, and stop telling me I have to use await. Because no, I don't. No, I don't. All right, .NET team, and what am I missing? Or did I miss something? Damien Edwards, David Fowler, Tweedall. Okay, very good. Come back, async. Okay, this should now fail. Right. Very good. So I want to do all the async enumerables after the enumerables, because even though I have async on this method, like I don't want to have to submit any of these to an await if I don't have to, because I should be able to get a fairly cheap value task out of this. But actually, I think what I want to do is split it into two methods so that this doesn't have to have this. And instead make this a private. What? All right, so you're definitely going to be async because I need you to do an await. Class instance is an object. Do we need the test method anymore? I do, because I needed to generate messages. So you're going to be an async enumerable of I theory row data row. Async. Let's see. You're going to be async. Actually, you can just be data rows. Oh no, data rows. And you can be data again. No. You just get added directly. So we're going to do this. Let's do this. IEnumerable of object array, IEnumerable of iTheory data row, async enumerable of iTheory data row, async enumerable of object array. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so that test passes, but we broke this, the default no constructor fails thing. Let's actually separate that out. That'll be fine. We'll just put that in a separate commit. Okay. All right, there's our new test. There's our split. iTheory data row. All right, yep. Then we'll go make this message better. Okay, so no default constructor fails. No default constructor fails. That's like a terrible... that is the wrong name. How about we just call this incompatible class? One of the following interfaces. This should be in single quotes anyway. Plus environment.newline plus something plus environment.newline plus you should have been single quotes. You should have been single quotes. All right, and you got it out. Put your fingers in the right place. Now that I'm thinking about that? It's not actually what this does. Except not that one. All right. Didn't have a colon. Should have put in the colon. Okay, that looks good. Phone buzz. Let's see if that's because I got a tweet answer. Claire referencing Jared Parr. Okay. We haven't run a full build lately. Not that I expect anything to be broken, but it's always a good thing to check before we get too far deep into all these commits. All right. Looking okay. Should run a smaller build loop from time to time here. It's definitely more than I need. All right. 1698, right? Update exception message for class data and missing interfaces. Okay. That's not bad. Where's my notepad? Okay, so I think that's it for class data for 1698. You start thinking about some of these other things. I do sort of question these double async things. Feel another tweet coming on. Feel another tweet coming on. Let's tweet again. You plan to support I enumerable of t and I async enumerable of t. Task of I enumerable of t. Value task of I enumerable of t. Does it ever make sense to support task put these on new lines? Does it make sense to support task of I async enumerable t value task of I async enumerable t? Data sources of. Does it make sense to support that is the question of the day. Yes. No. Other. Add reply. Show me the results. I'll give you 3 days on this one. Okay, then I'll come over to XUnit and retweet that from XUnit. Very good. All right, I'm going to take these out for a moment. I have enough 1698 work to do here in member database to not have to worry about it yet. Okay, so we have async enumerable of object array in member database. That's next. Member database. Theory acceptance test. Okay, so that was class data. You should feel free to stay pinned open. Okay. So don't care about inline data. We do care about data conversion tests. Implicitly convertible data. Yeah. Sure. All right, you're going to be I enumerable object array. I'm sure that's what you are. Class under test, I enumerable object array. On self. All right. Can use field data from other class. On other class. In self. This is starting to get complicated enough that I feel like I want to do more subclasses. I don't know. Non-static field data throws. Can use field data from base type. I feel like you're going to go up top. This is going to be I enumerable object array on base class. Okay. Class under test. Enumerable object array on base class. Okay, so that's going to be this needs to go here. All these still run. Okay, I didn't miss anything good. So these are error conditions. So one thing we definitely did not get anywhere in here for field data was theory data row. Which I feel like is a problem. Self. Data on another class, class under test. Data on another class. Data on the base class. There's base class. Test. Data in the base class. Enumerable object array. Okay. Everybody still run? Everybody still runs. So our first goal then is to have IEnumerable theory data row right? Is that not right? Params object data. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Feel better about that. Restructure tests in well, let's not do that. Say add tests in XUnit 3 theory acceptance tests for I theory data row from field. And that's what we'll call that. And now what we need is an IEnumerable, an async enumerable of object array. Okay. So you would be an async enumerable, right? Well, I can't quite do it like that, can I? And you need to be async. And you can't. And by the way, this is a field. This is supposed to be a field test, right? Can you get an async enumerable on a field? Static. Suppose I can cheat and do it like this, right? That'll work. Well, I mean, it'll fail. Should fail. Data on self, data on other class, both failed. Data on base class did not fail yet because, of course, you need to be async enumerable. Which is a get data. I think this one just needs to return 42. Right. Now we should have 3 failures. Okay. So member database. Convert data item. Get data. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to come down here and we're going to say same thing we did before. Data async. Here we're going to want accessor, which is a func of tResult. Func of object. Is that right? It's just func of object. Okay, let's flip this so that if you're enumerable, we do this. Let's return get data async for our accessor and our test method. The moment should just do that. Oops, just do that. I know, you're telling me I don't need async. I agree. Type, full name, member name. Apparently don't need the test method. What I need is type. Is a type. Oh. Okay. So we should just have the same 3 failing tests, right? Okay, good. So next is we basically want to do this. We don't have OBJ here either, do we? What is OBJ? Oh no, that's... We don't need the accessor, we need the object. I'm going to call you return value. Right. We're going to do this. If you're async enumerable, so we don't have just like regular old async enumerable without a T. Result is going to be a new list of iTheory data row. Data item and data items. Result add. Convert to data item. Oh, I did need a test method. Return result cast or to read-only collection. You need to be awaited. So I apparently do need the test method. Actually, what is test method? It's method info, not iTest method. You're the return value and the test method and the type. Okay. Now you should work. Good. This should probably be a for each. Otherwise, someone from the .NET team is going to come over and say, stop using link. Doesn't perform well enough. Sure. Okay. What? I think that's right. Yep. Build, let's see, test console? Nope. Let's just do test. Man, I don't want test console, don't I? It's like I care more about test console than I do about test core. I don't know. Of course I'm going to go do this. Well, this isn't at all what I really needed today. Test console. Test MS build. All right, so if I do test core, use that as my template for test console, your test console, which by the way is test core console and build target test effects console. All right, so I need build targets, test console. Test MS build. So if you're going to be test MS build, then you obviously only have test FX MS build. Now, if I go look at test core, you're core console and FX console, right? If I look at test core, you're just core console. Test FX is FX console, FXM. Okay, that gives me a better matrix. Let me do a build test console. I want to do one other thing while I'm doing this, because it just can't leave well enough alone. Public bool v3 only. Then in all my targets, core is always v3 only. And steel. Mono is only supported. Wow. Mono is only support? Sure. Mono is only supported for V3. Okay. Nice. Let's see, test console and test ns build targets, as well as v3, let's see, dash 3, v3 only build switch. Okay. Consoles, core console, and FX console. So V3 only, those are V3 only. Okay, very good. Okay, so that is async enumerable of object array. async enumerable of enumerable? No, that's not how that works. That's not all of it, though. So that's field, right? Allow member data to support this. That is incorrect. Let's do a little reversal here. Let's go back here. Cherry pick that. Cherry pick that. And then undo it. At the very least, it should be something about fields. Because that's what it is, right? I kind of want to grab that and throw that on main. It's weird, right? It's that weird. All right, push that out to main. Okay. So we want member data to support this, not just on fields. Builder, you can collapse up and go away. So we've got that. Let's do that for my theory data row. Oh, you know what? I don't want to do it that way. And in fact, I think I might want to do the restructure of all this stuff separately anyway. So we have method data tests, can downcast method data, can use method data from base type. We definitely have tests here that don't exist up here. All right. I think what I'm going to do then is I really want to fix the structure of these tests before I start diving anywhere into all this stuff. So I think I want to roll this one back. And stash this as this. Right? Because Probably want to fix this restructuring of everything all at once. So here what I want is public class IEnumerable object array, right, which those are non-static method data throws. So that should go up here. Non-matching method input data throws. What does that mean? Oh, okay, right. Method input data. Right. That makes sense. Can downcast method data. Object and a string. Object and a string, object and a string. Okay. That comes up here, as well as can use from base type. Wow. Can use method data from base type. Can use method data in subtype from tested base type. Subtype inherits tests from base type. That's different. Can pass parameters to data method. Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with type. Base class with test and data, subclass with no tests. That doesn't have anything to do with tests either, type either. Okay. You guys are going up top. Actually, this non-matching method input data should also go up there. All right. Okay. Back to our method data tests. Non-static method data throws, subtype inherits tests from base type, non-matching things throw. That doesn't have anything to do with return type. Subtype inherits tests from base type. That's not return type. Subclass with no tests. Okay, right. So can pass parameters to data method. That has nothing to do with return type. All right, so here's IEnumerable of object array. I moved you into a subclass. I'm going to assume a bunch of tests are going to fail because of names. All right. Yeah. So how did we name these up here? We named these data on self, right? Data on self. class under test data on self, which means that needs to be there and that needs to be there, and we need this in our name. Okay, you are data on other class. You are class under test data on other class. Can downcast method data? I don't think that has anything to do with a return type either. So we data on base class, that's what we called you, data on base class. Class under test, data on base class. Can use method data in subtype from test and base type. Yeah, I don't think that has anything to do with type either. So you're coming up here. Oh, my bad. Test. Got to bring the test with me. Okay, right. So you can go up there. Roll. And I don't think this one is return downcast metadata. That shouldn't be return type dependent either. So we'll go ahead and roll you up as well. So this, you don't care. You do care. And you care about that. Okay. Good. Good. Enumerable query data row. You and you and you. Theory data row. Then you. That's weird, right? We have to yield return on just 42. Oh. True. So new theory data row. Theory data row. Do all of you pass? You should all pass, right? Because of course we implemented that last time. Okay. from method. All right, build. Thank you. Run these. Okay, so while these tests are going to run, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. While I was out of my bio break, my mom texted me, so needed to take a minute and chat with her. Back there she is again. All right, let's see, where are we? This was re-enabling, so the restructure for methods. So now we need to do this for properties as well, right? Property data tests. So what we need is IEnumerable object array. Non-static property data throws, that comes up here. IEnumerable object, enumerable object array. So that gets shoved in here and here and here. You're an acceptance test v3, of course you are. You can get rolled up there. Properties. Okay, so the names we chose were data on self, data on other class, data on base class, data on self, data on other class, data on base class, class under test, data on self, class under test, data on other class, class under test, data base class, self. Okay, make sure those all run. Okay. We roll that up and give me IEnumerable theory data row. Data row, theory data row. Theory data row. All right. Okay. Do those pass? Should. Except for names. This is my bad. I need that. I need that. Oh, I'm just talking about I need that. Excellent. Okay. Well, that's A. And this is just a restructure, right? Restructure. So let's do a commit property. Okay. One more quick round of the build. Check my text messages. Okay. All right, that looks good. Now I think we should be able to pop our stash. Right, and if I remember correctly, what our stash is doing was adding async enumerable of object array. Right, so we want to do that for all three now, not just for fields. So if we go to method data tests, all right. Let's grab that, put this down here, and we'll call you async enumerable object array. Because that's what we're working on, right? Async enumerable object array, yes. And then you need to be async enumerable object array. And you need to be async enumerable object array. Okay. Yield return, yield return, async. Tell the compiler to stuff it, compiler. Yield return one of those, async that. Compiler can take a leap, compiler. Those should all fail. Or actually they should pass because the code that we added for fields will also work for methods. Take that back. Okay. Why are we... That was a lot longer than I expected. I feel like we got a weird kind of a deadlocking situation going on. Am I wrong? Your async enumerable object array. Your async. Your async. And then these names. Can I just mark you as async? Not valid on a property. That's kind of what I thought. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, and then you can go away. Alright. And snag one of these for up here as well. You should just be static and not public. And you can just return get data. And you guys should succeed. Assuming the names were correct and I didn't forget to copy pasta. Okay, let's do an add and a quick review of this. Okay, so member data attribute base gets async enumerable here. And then tests, we have tests for field, tests for method, tests for property. So we'll take a message a lot like this, except not quite. This is member data. Is that what I did? Oh, man. All those messages are wrong? All those messages are wrong! All that message is wrong anyway. Great. All right, fine. Dev2. I'm gonna roll you back to main. I'm gonna cherry pick this. Actually, I should put those on main anyway. Cherry pick that. And that. And that. Stuff should all just build, right? Of course it does. Very good. Let's go back to dev2. Reset. Go back to main again. All right, let's cherry pick that. Cherry pick that. And undo it and give it its correct message. Oof. Okay. And let's cherry pick that. All right. Let's cherry pick that. Although I don't necessarily like putting 1698 in its commit title because it's not really part of 1698. So let's do this. Then we're back here. And then we undo. Let's get the correct message. Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 commits here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 commits here, so good. Yeah, is this part of 1698? Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. Okay. And undo. And our commit. Okay. All right, better. Dev hard on dev2. Go away dev2. There we go. All right, so what's next? What's next would be async enumerable of iTheory data row. So let's go to field. All right, we'll do async enumerable of theory data row. Yeah. Async enumerable theory data row. Okay, so you are now async enumerable. And you are now async enumerable. And probably the easiest way to do this would be to steal this stuff. Except your iTheory data row. A new theory data row. Right. Same thing here. Your theory data row. Okay. Those should all fail. Good. Now we go back to member database. I don't know why I closed that, but let's pin it up there so I don't accidentally do that again. And we do this. iTheory data row. Data item. So here we call the data. Oh, is that how we did it? Here? No, we just did a run roughshod with convert. Because we knew the data item would just be an object. And we can't just do it with one enumerable. Yeah, that's fine. That all makes sense. Converts an item yielded by the data member to an object array for return from get data. interesting that I made that abstract. Why is that abstract? Okay, I need to come back and do this. I'm not 100% sure why this is. Don't remember my thinking on why this was a abstract. In case you wanted to convert something else. But the problem is, like, I can't do async enumerable and give you anything else because there's no generic async enumerable. I don't think async enumerable. No, we do have out of t, don't we? So that means anything I should be able to get out of this then. Shouldn't have to do this. Should be able to do that. All right, and let convert do its thing. So the real question is, because this is I guess because this is a base having convert data, this will typically be items yielded will typically be object array or a theory data row. I don't think I want this to be abstract, right? I think I want this to be virtual and hoist it up here. Ooh, it's keeping out the word property in it. That's really wrong. Member name on member type, declaring type is not an object array or theory data row. So that one's interesting. The object array returns an I theory data row suitable for return from get data. You're not abstract, you're virtual. Thank you. All right, I kind of feel like I want to push that out. And then it's also property. $99. Except I don't want member data. So I want member data attribute base get data async for a better message. Yielded and is not an object array or. Okay. I feel like that's better. I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's the right answer right now. Member data to support async, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, some of this is good and some of this is bad. I don't want to do this member data attribute base change yet. Not yet. Okay. Stash you over here in Mr. Notepad. Okay. Come back to you in a bit. You can get pinned, that's fine. So that should be so that gets us the field version, right? Why do you think member data attribute has changed? I don't know. Don't know why you do. All right. Let's go get the rest of our tests. So now we go to method. We want async enumerable theory data row. 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 Those should pass. And then lastly, we do property. Async enumerable theory data row. Those should pass. Okay. There's our theory data row. Okay. Let's do the exception message thing now. You should be the word member. You should be the word member. Not return enumerable, so we want a message that's kind of like this. Blah on blah must return data in one of the following formats. Enumerable object array. async enumerable object array and async enumerable theory data row. That should break some things, I hope. Hope it does. No, we're going to have to go add some tests. Custom data tests? Test data with internal constructor. Oh, okay. Come take a look at these in a minute. So field, non-static throws. Up in class, we had something like we called incompatible class. Well, let's steal that a little bit. We'll call you incompatible field. Class with incompatible field. Compatible field. Remember how to spell. I'll give you a little bit of an object equals here to help us out. More field data tests. And what did our not implementing IEnumerable? Whatever. Doesn't matter, right? Just implement yourself. So here what we want is test method. Need to be a theory. Member data, name of compatible field. Public static int incompatible field will return 42. All right, this whole thing is going to be wrong, but we'll go get the right thing. Argument exception, sure. Okay, so this one went theory data row first. So I guess to be consistent, we'll go theory data row first here. Okay. Member blah 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 must return one of the blah blah blahs. You got it. Remember, incompatible field on blah 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 must return data in one of the following formats: IEnumerable of I3 data row, IEnumerable of object array, IAC. Okay, that looks good. So that's incompatible field. What's the other thing we had, which was incompatible data? Incompatible field data. So we need incompatible field data. Field data, field data, field data, field data, field data. Although that's not what that's going to look like. It's going to look like that. Should stop being object. And then this is incompatible field data. IEnumerable of int. IEnumerable of int is not good enough, eh? Field data. All right, let's see what happens there. Yield an item that is not one of those. That's backwards, I think, from what our preferred order is. Which is fine. We'll go fix that so that it's in the right order. All right, you're only allowed to yield that stuff. So yeah, you're only allowed to yield that stuff. Okay. Quick peek. What we done? Okay, looks good. Yeah, 6 is fine. 1698. Update exception messages for member data for add field type or yielded data type. Okay. So we don't need to keep any of this anymore because we have done all of that. And we've got async enumerable of that. So now what we want is task of IEnumerable of object, right? And value task of IEnumerable of object. These are supposed to be theory data row, obviously. Not object array. Kind of curious to see how my poll is going. Let's go see. Twitter. Actually, let's go to me. Here's my poll. Does it make sense to support this? Yes and no. No is a little bit ahead of yes, and a lot of people just want to know what the answer is. And one response. Task that returns an async enumerable doesn't make much sense to me. An async enumerable is basically a sequence of tasks. You got a task that returns one that isn't that basically the same as waiting a bit longer for the first item. Let's say you're delegating something which itself delegating something which generates async enumerable, but you also need to do some async things ahead of time. Canonical example, connect to database. Get results. Is this common? Don't know. That's what I'm asking. I think I almost talked myself into it just by writing this response. I think I've talked myself into it. All right. Those are all 1948 because of tuples. These are all 1948 because of tuples. So we're waiting on those. Class data doesn't have to do task or value task because you can't really inherit from that. Right? Right. All right, let's do task of enumerable. Start in field. Start here. Task of IEnumerable object array. So you're now a task. All right, and you're now a task. So you're going to be task from results. Okay. Expect 3 failures, not 1. There we go. Good job. Okay, so what that means is get data async. All right, what we should do is this. We should say if return return value is task. Return value would be await the task. Problem is, this doesn't return a value. So I kind of want task of t without caring what the t is, right? Actually, I don't think I want to do the member data one first anyway, right? I want to do class data. Oh no, class data, we don't have tasks. Never mind, I'm dumb. Like 3 minutes ago I said that. I think what I could do is task invoke this and just grab its value. I'm gonna have a different problem with value task, right? Because a value task and value task of t aren't the same thing. It's a value task a waiter anyway. What are you? Get results. So that's basically what get a waiter returns then. Get a waiter, get result. Oh. I mean, I could just do the real thing, right? Which is task of I enumerable of object array. Huh. I actually didn't expect that failure. Property accessor, get the field accessor, get the method accessor. What do these guys look for? Oh. Isn't that interesting? Just access it. If it's null, if it's IEnumerable, we give it back. Otherwise, we call it get data async. Stop debugging. Oh, here's the first problem. Should be debug. Excuse me. Ugh, why did I do that? Actually, this is a really good question. Why did I do that? Looks okay. Oh, because we don't do IEnumerable up there, do we? Okay, I get it. We're going to call you get data. Although I would like to change your signature. Type is never going to be null. Okay, what the fuck did you just do? Pretty sure I said change signature. But I guess I didn't. Return value, test method, type. Well, now what's your problem? Nullability does not match nullability. Oh, yeah. Not a real problem. So we don't want to change return value here. What we want to do is we want to say return get data for that test method and the type. Right, we want to run the loop again. This is an async method. The return expression must be blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, this should actually just be this. This should not be a value task. Right? False. Okay, so you're just going to be this. Otherwise, you're going to return that. No, see, that doesn't work either, does it? Right, because you need to come back as a value task for sure. We have an unwrap. We don't, do we? You're not going to wait this? Oh, that feels really bad, because now I bounce back and forth and I end up with maybe 2 async pipelines. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I do not like where this went at all. I'm trying to prevent duplication. I feel like this duplication is better than the double thing I was just about to do. Duplicate from get data is hard to avoid since we need to support task, value task of non-I enumerable, not just I async enumerable. Async data items. Okay. That should work. Huh. All right. A lot of these things open. Don't think I need open anymore. Okay, so this is task of IEnumerable object array. So we will take IEnumerable object array, give ourselves a task of IEnumerable object array. All right, which means you need to be a task. You need to be a task. Where we were in methods. Now what's your problem? Inter block because task of blah is not an inter interface. Yeah, okay. Right, so let's do then task from results of this. It's going to be a new this, which is going to have a new this, and a new this. Right. Okay. I'm going to do a task from results of this against that. Now they should work. Yeah. Okay. Over to properties. It's going to be task of right. Task okay. And you Okay, and that should work. Why do these tests keep taking so long? It's weird, right? Now, more of that should work. Task of I enumerable query data row. All right. I'm like, that code looks okay. Return type just looks wrong. Okay, those should work, right? Oh, they don't. No, they don't. Wait a minute. Why did they fail? Really? Okay, so if you're straight up enumerable, you come through here. Otherwise, you come through here. Oh, yeah, of course. Better. That means I probably shouldn't add these tests yet. Right? Right. Okay, let's go take a look at this. Task of enumerable object array. Task of enumerable object array. Task of enumerable object array. Task of enumerable object array, including a duplication of objects. Okay. Well, member data to support task of I enumerable of object array. Yep. And if I go back to the tests, or if I just Control Z, are you going to bring it back? You will. Good. I theory data row, return value task, theory data row. Run the tests. Okay. Task of enumerable of theory data row. Man, there's a lot of tests in this. 2,700 lines. We'll be well past 4,000, I bet, by the time we're done. At least 3,500. I bet. Okay, you are theory data row, yep. And your theory data row, yep. Oops. Close, close. Close. Okay, you should just work. I'll go do these as well. And last, it doesn't yield tasks. Okay. Sorry, I got distracted by Twitter. Having a conversation with Kevin Watkins about this whole task of async enumerable thing, which I have convinced myself is required. Okay. Oh my God! Misspell. We'll do a quick build. I haven't done a full build in a while. Build, build, build. It's a good sign. Task of... Oops, that's the wrong thing. Okay. Because it's a field, I don't think I can do this as a async enumerable right here. I think what I have to do is do this. Data. Yeah, this is async. Yield return. Yield return. We suck up the 1998. All right. This is the way you have to do it. And then we come down here. Just our yield return 42. Those should fail. It's all succeeded, right? Yep. Here we go. We got a bunch of failures. Come over here. We had another else if return whatever. There's a task of async enumerable of object array. Turn value task. Async object array. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave that unfolded because I'm going to come steal some of that. All right. Steal this stuff. Some methods. So we're going to do task from result on data. You're just 42. Here should work. Roll you up. That was dumb. Should have only had one of those. That's going to cause one of those tests to fail. It's all right. Run everybody again. Just occurred to me I've been failing to update the messages along the way. I need to go back and fix all that, aren't I? Excuse me. Should have muted myself. That was dumb. But it's okay. Take a look. We'll go fix all that again with the messages. 2. One test, 2 tests, 3 tests. Implementation. Task of async enumerable object array. Is that right? Yeah. All right. Dev2. Dev2, come back here. Now let's start cherry picking these. Let's start adding error messages to each of these. So this adds this. Wait a minute, did I only do incompatible on field? I didn't do it in anything else? Oh my goodness. Certainly did. Oh, I certainly did. Okay, well, that just complicates things a little bit. Now I actually have to go back and fix this, fixing the other things. Yeesh. Happens. You know what I'm saying? So you should be incompatible method. Class with incompatible method. Incompatible method, your method data tests. You are a class with an incompatible method. Should be incompatible method. On method data tests, class with incompatible method. Let's return data in one of the following formats. Incompatible method data. Here, incompatible method data. All right. Should be called incompatible method. Your incompatible method data, so your field, your method. Data tests, incompatible method data. Okay. Two out of three. Let's get the last one. Down into property land. Okay, very good. Very good, very good. So you're an incompatible property. Wait a minute, did I do incompatible field correctly? Now I gotta go look. I did not. Here's a method, lambdas with parentheses, and then here's property, should be lambdas without parentheses. Property data tests, property data tests. Let's go take a look at this. Okay, so it would help if fields were actually, fields. Methods become methods. Properties become properties. Okay, I missed a name. Tests. It's going to be up here. Property data tests. Okay, that's better. So that should just amend that last commit. Now we'll cherry pick that. And here we want to add task of IEnumerable of object array. That should now break 3 tests. Oh, put that in the wrong place. I did. I broke 1 test because I put it in the wrong place. Task of enumerable of object array. Thing. There's field, let's see, property, method, and field. So it's method and field we haven't done yet. So there's incompatible method. And then incompatible field. Okay. Yep. So cherry pick the next one, which would be this one. That is task here. Which also means task here. Field. That's that. And then this is this. Okay. What was this stash? I don't think this stash should stay. I don't know. We'll see here in a minute. So that one's good. So we amend that one, right? Cherry pick the last one, which is this one. This was task of async enumerable of object array. which I guess means this. Right. And then that. And then that. And then that. We're going to take a quick peek at that. Looks good. Okay. We amend. We go back to dev. We hard reset this to dev 2. Right? Because we bounced off of this up here. Yeah, we definitely don't need that stash. And drop that stash. Okay. So next would be async enumerable of iTheory data row. That's you. Task view. Task view. Task view. First step. So this thing keeps getting slower and slower. I feel like I'm a victim of the performance of the acceptance tests. That's certainly what it feels like. I wonder if I can make acceptance tests be faster. Okay. Async enumerable iTheory data row. Theory data row, iTheory data row. Data row. Okay, expect that to fail. Come on. Here you go. Whew. It's brutal. Peek at my Twitter. All right, well, we're going back and forth on Twitter on this task of async enumerable thing, which obviously I'm already supporting. Yeah. Good times. His argument is having a task of async enumerable. He's got two different arguments, and I don't agree with either one. One argument appears to be if you have a task of async enumerable, then I feel like that's a red flag, because why can't you just turn that into a task? Why can't you just turn that into a task of enumerable, but then you lose the async enumerableness? Or why can't you just turn that into an async enumerable without a task? And the reality is if I have to do things that are async in order to get to the part where I can start giving you back an async enumerable, that has to be a task. There's no way around that unless you want to risk having a deadlock. So the other thing is, the other argument he makes, which is it feels inconvenient to both have to await the thing that gets you the async enumerable and then await in the for each. And I'm just like, it's your job to type those extra 6 characters. AWAIT space. Done. I don't see how that's inconvenient. I mean, you could say that everything related to asyncness is inconvenient. Okay, well, I can't help you on that one. It is what it is, right? Okay. I think these all ran. Did I get them all? I don't even remember. Let's go back and look. Where am I here? This is just fields. async enumerable theory data row. Theory data row. New theory data row. And then we have I theory data row and I theory data row. And theory data row. And down to properties. Theory data row. Theory data row. Data row. Theory data row. Theory data row. Run everybody, please. Okay. Looks good. Okay. Yeah. 15 commits today. Not done yet. Did get task of enumerable of object, task of async enumerable object, task of theory data row, task of other theory data row. I just need the value task versions. But I absolutely need to take a break. Yeah. Need to take a break. So with that, I say thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for being my rubber duck, even if you weren't necessarily here, for me to sort of debate this task with asynchronous. Kind of bummed didn't quite get it done, but I'm gonna take a break and maybe finish it up after dinner tonight, or maybe a little bit tomorrow. Might stream tomorrow. Not 100% sure whether that's gonna happen. I mean, I'll probably work some tomorrow. The question is, will I feel like streaming tomorrow? Anyway, that's it. So, hey, thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you next time.